Hello, and welcome back to the Druidic Stormcloud channel, where I have somehow deleted my background. Uh, Hang on. It's completely gone. Okay, that is bad. I'm gonna have to fix that. Well, that... and I have a spam call. Be very aware that scammers and spam calls are a problem. Just I do enjoy trolling them, but remember that they can record clips of your voice and make it seem like you agree to something. So never say yes, okay, and any of that. Alright, so without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right in. I need to worry about that another time. I suddenly had the thought. I made some other stuff I was working on in the same thing. They could also be gone. Let's randomize our minion and worry about that another time. We have the little buffalo. Okay, now, what we're doing today is we're going through white mage job quests. Doing some more of those and getting some more stuff of that done. We have held off on them for 2 of the expansions, and it has built up. So it should be enough to make a stream out of. If it's not, then we'll jump into another one as well. Alright. Master Atawan successor has come, or is come. To no other would I entrust this task. Lest you wonder, I do not doubt your success in expunging the darkness which took root in the ruins before. The heart of that evil was excised, without question, but it would seem that some other power lay dormant beneath the stones as all the while, its presence invisible to our senses. Plainly, however, that power is now very much awake. The elementals' panic attests to that. Quieting them will be no small task. While my fellows and I endeavor to persuade the elementals to rejoin us, I would have you venture into the city once more, find the source of this new disturbance, and do what must be done. The wood whaler Alfine yet stands guard at the gate. I dare say he has not forgotten you. Ask, and he will let you pass. Kara, you could not have come at a better time. We have dire need of your aid. There isn't time to explain. Know that trouble is afoot, and I would ask you to meet me at the Guardian Tree. Okay, so the other one was a quest I didn't realize I had. Okay, Taint Misbehaving is the job quest. Oh, this is that one. Okay. Alright, and that has us going up into Central Shroud again. Yeah, I built this, or I let this build up so that I had a lot to work with. And this is going to be the post game of the second expansion since that. So let's go ahead and go through these. That way I don't end up being incredibly weak, is my thought process here. How fares the Great One? Unchanged from before, I'm afraid. He repeats the same words over and over. Then it falls to us to glean their meaning. Very well. Kiara, you will recall the time we performed the quieting and quailed the Great One's rage. Since that day, we have continued communing with him to ensure that all is well. Okay, hang on. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. And it was, until recently. I am afraid to say that an unsettling change came over the Great One some days ago. He has taken to repeating the same words to us. The taint floodeth the forest, its beating heart to befoul. After some inquiries and research, we are able to learn that the Great One has spoken these words before, during the time of Atoa Kant. Immediately, we were made to wonder, when Master Atoa embarked upon his journey of hearing, could his purpose have been to protect the forest from the taint of which the Great One now warns? We sought to delve further into this, but no accounts of Master Atoa's journey are to be found in Stillglade Fane. Such records as exist are in the keeping of his foremost student, a mage who recovered his remains from Ogoma, or the mage, Ogomoro. If he is still alive, he may be able to assist us. We have prepared a missive and we would ask you to deliver it to his hands. After interring his beloved master, the man is said to have taken up residence at Fulgord Float, that he might ever be near the tomb, and tend to the tomb. If he is there still, the locals should be able to point you in his direction. While you see to this task, my brother and I shall remain here and continue observing the Great One. My thanks in advance, Kiara. Alright, and Fulgord Float is... Oh, it's in the Northern Shroud. We're just gonna do this, then use the aetheryte to go to the Northern Shroud. Okay, this is so far so good. And Chocobo. I have let some quests build up. I should work on that. Or no, this is a we gather information bit, so of course I gotta talk to everyone. A cancelled student? Huh. I'd heard that someone's tending the tomb, but it's a young maid as I recall. Another white mage. You seek Master Atoa's former student. I'm afraid he departed for the realm of yonder. His granddaughter now tends the tomb at Proud Creek in his stead. If truth be told, I'm worried about her. The area is thick with fiends, and even experienced wood whalers avoid venturing there unaccompanied. That old fellow, I'm afraid he passed away some years ago. I remember him well, though. He took care of his master's tomb to the very end. His granddaughter, Esquivia, I'm not going to really pronounce that name well, am I? Attends to the place now, and she's been especially attentive since those accursed bandits came and defiled it. Trying to do multiple things all at once is a bad idea. Thank you so much. So focused was I on tending the tomb, I failed to notice the fiends approaching me. What? You're searching for the granddaughter of Master Atoa's former student? Then you need search no more, for I am her. Know that I have taken on my grandfather's responsibilities. If it is within my power to help the Seed Seers, then I should be glad to do so. The taint threatens the 12 Woods? Novika, have mercy. As the Seed Seers have surmised, 'twas the purge the taint that Master Atoa journeyed the length and breadth of the realm. Simply put, the taint is ether that has been befouled. If we are to be rid of it, we must find the source of the corruption and cleanse it. The question is, are the Seed Seers prepared to do as Master Atoa once did? At any rate, it is best that I speak with them directly. I shall make my way to the Guardian Tree at once. Oh, that was not what I meant. Go. And up. Oh, there is a path to the Central Shroud. Okay, right. Let's go there. All right. Okay. Let's go and see what this befouled ether is all about. My thanks for finding her, Kiara. She has told us all. If we are to protect the Twelveswood from the taint, we must needs deal with the corruption at its source. Is that the way of it? It is. That was why Master Atoa embarked upon his journey, heedless of his Pajali heritage. And yet Master Atoa was no ordinary Pajali. We are duty-bound to remain in the forest. We cannot simply leave it. Kiara, I am loath to ask this of you after all you have already done for us, but the preservation of the Twelveswood is at stake. You are not Pajali, and hence are not bound by the laws which bind us. Will you embark upon this quest in our stead? With all due respect, I cannot believe what I am hearing. You would entrust the fate of the forest to an adventurer? Calm yourself and know that Kiara is no ordinary adventurer. Nay, she is a white mage true, chosen by Master Atoa himself to be his successor. She bears his soul crystal and his legacy both. I have every confidence that you will be able to purge the taint. As such, I would join my voice to my brother's request. Master Atoa's successor? That such an individual existed. I wish to make a request of my own. In his youth, my grandfather served Master Atoa proudly, accompanying him wheresoever he went, and assisting in purification rituals. It has ever been my desire to emulate my grandfather's deeds. If Kiara is to undertake this quest to eliminate the taint, I would likewise accompany and assist her. The journey will be fraught with peril. Are you willing to risk life and limb solely for the sake of emulating your grandfather? I am, my lady. But that is not the whole of it. I cannot sit idly by while a threat encroaches upon the Twelveswood. It is our home, and we each must do our part to protect it. Our part. I see that your heart is true. Very well. Assuming that Kiara consents, and I see no reason why she would not, you have our blessing to accompany her. The fate of the Twelveswood is in your hands. We shall pray for your success. We will need to make plans for this journey. Please, come see me at Fallgord Float. Airship! Okay, yeah, there's North Shroud. Alright, this leads to North Shroud, in which Fallgord Float is located. There we go. Second floor then. Third floor? There is no third floor. Oh, there you are. Huh, and they call themselves Pajals. You wonder at my irritation, I shouldn't doubt. I suppose I ought to explain. You see, I was brought up on the tales of Master Attoa's journeys, the sufferings he endured for the sake of the Twelveswood. Young though I was deeply touched by his courage and sacrifice, and to this day, his deeds remain close to my heart. That is why it irks me that the Seed Seers will not lift a finger to help the forest. But thankfully we have you. As Master Attoa's chosen, you are far more dependable than any Pajal alive. Now then, let us speak of our journey. Grandfather left his records of Master Attoa's journey in my keeping. I shall scour them for clues as to where we must go. While I do this, pray, attend to your own preparations. I shall be here when you are ready and are ready to strike out. Alright, so the next one is for level 52 White Mages, which we definitely have passed. And it'll give us Asylum and Secret of the Lily. Class gauge stuff. Or job gauges. You come at a good time, Kiara. I believe I have found a clue in my grandfather's records. There's a passage which tells of the time when the taint reached the forest via subterranean water vein. Master Atoa traced it back to its source at Abalath's spine, and there he purged the corruption. Lest you wonder, 'tis the mention of the water vein that interests me. Allow me to explain. Though the danger of the 12-foot has become so dire, or to the 12-foot has become so dire as to elect emphatic warnings from the Great One, none of the Pajal or healers were aware of it. If we then consider the Great One's warning that the taint shall flood the forest, I am inclined to conclude that the befouled ether is being conveyed via water veins. Years have passed since Master Atoa's purged the taint. A new source of corruption may well have manifested in the intervening time. First, I suggest we take our investigation to the central highlands of Corthus, which, from the southern edge of the spine, or which form the southern edge of the spine. Pray, meet me there or meet me at Camp Dragonhead. Upon a behemoth. All right. There it is. Okay. Yeah, she did say Camp Dragonhead. Everything is frozen over. I had read about the snow-swept mountains of Corthus, but no amount of reading can substitute for seeing. I have a confession to make. This is my very first time setting foot outside the Twelveswood. The experience is proving to be at once fascinating and frightening, but I digress. While I awaited your arrival, I spoke with some of the knights about water veins. They say that one passes beneath the area just south of here. The area happens to be thick with fiends, and these fiends have grown unnaturally aggressive as of late. I would wager that the taint is to blame for this change. A short while ago, a band of knights departed for the area in question, on a mission to cull the unruly creatures. Shall we go and join them? My suspicions were correct. The taint has driven the fiends into a frenzy. Let us aid the knights in this, and then see to the cleansing. A level sync effect. Oh boy. Journey of purification has begun. Okay. And duty failed. Let's just set it to easy. Okay. Okay, Cure 3 is not going to work on them. I have to keep using Cure 2. And a Flying Regen. Alright, duty complete. There we go. I had to lower the difficulty. Alright, and then purify the foul taint. This energy, soothing and pure, is precisely as my grandfather wrote. And your soul crystal, I believe it has taken on a new radiance. In all likelihood, the spirit of Master Atoa within has bestowed upon you greater power. I wonder, could it be that the act of purifying serves to empower the white mage? If this is true, it makes the Pajal's refusal to leave the forest even more incomprehensible. How long will they allow their laws to dictate their actions to the determent of reason? or detriment of reason, even. At any rate, there is not more to be done here. Let us return to Camp Dragonhead. That's not what I wanted. Okay, here we go. The unicorn! Honestly, the perfect amount for a white mage. There's a reason it's set to the conjurer storyline, though, or quest, or job, though, or class. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Let us review what we have learned. As we had suspected, the taint is being borne along subterranean water veins. According to my grandfather's records, the headwater of the vein we just visited is situated further to the west. We must pass through Ishgard proper to get there. Fortunately, travel restrictions have been eased since the Holy See was restored to the Alliance. Meaning this was indeed tied to the storyline. Be that as it may, we will be venturing into the unknown. Master Atoa's journey did not take him there, and there is no telling what awaits us. We must tread warily, and be no less than fully prepared. Had the Seed Seers been willing to come, with your powers combined, we would have been able to go boldly forward. But there is no point in dwelling on that now, or upon that now. I shall survey the lay of the land in order to ascertain our next destination. Meanwhile, I suggest you take the time to accustom yourself to your newfound power. I shall be here when you are ready to resume our mission. Alright, the Lily Gauge is now available to us. And we learn Asylum. Now, what exactly is Asylum? Envelops a designated area. Oh! I can put a healing spot. Alright, and it's default set to 3. Okay. And this is going to give us more skills as well. Stone 3 and Stone Mastery 2. Stone has already become glare. But we'll see what this is about. Okay. I am terribly sorry for the wait, Kiara. It has taken a while, but I believe we are now armed with sufficient knowledge of our destination. Let us continue to the Western Highlands. First, I suggest we make a brief stop at Falcon's Nest. If there's been any anomaly in the area, the locals may be able to tell us something. Chocobo! Oh yeah, you have all of that. Ethernet. Okay, that's just going to take us there. Okay, so let's go to the steel manufactory. That will allow us to go and leave this way. So, this is Falcon's Nest. To think that architectural styles can differ so even within the same nation. Going to new places is is a veritable feast for the senses. Such wonders grandfather must have beheld on his journeys with Master Atoa. But such musings must wait. We have a task to do. Let us begin by speaking with the people here. When you have finished, pray, come and meet me at the hamlet's northern entrance. I am unfamiliar with this taint of which you speak. We do consider dragons out and unclean, however. Speaking of the beasts, lately there have been reports of a strange woman skulking around the remains. We are on the lookout for her, lest she prove to be a heretic. Remember, the time point in this is before we completed Heavensward. The Taint? Never heard of it. We've had a strange visitor, however. A foreign woman with the stench of death about her. Suspicious as she was, I decided to steal a peek at her belongings and, forgive me, but the mere recollection of it is like to bring up my breakfast. Anyway, after that, some few of us confronted her and demanded to know her purpose. But she refused to say a word. Nay, she looked straight through us with empty eyes and left the hamlet. As I recall, she was headed to the north and west. Wherever she has gone, we are well rid of her. The rumors of this strange woman are on everyone's lips. It is likely but a coincidence, but it appears we are headed in the same direction as her. There are water sources in the northwest corner of the region, frozen lakes to be precise, and I would take our investigations there. I mislike the sound of this woman, and I'd sooner not cross paths with her, but we have a mission to fulfill. Let us keep moving. All right. Excellent. Good gods. The stench is overpowering, even in this frigid clime. Forgive me for interrupting, but what are you doing? Searching. Huh. Rather more damage than I would have liked, but it will serve. After all, the experiment proceeds apace. Experiment? What in the heavens are you doing? Why must I justify myself to you? Well, I suppose you have no obligation to do so. It's just not every day that I see someone rummaging through a dragon's corpse. So I frighten you then. You find me repulsive, like the rest of them. No, you misunderstand. I didn't mean to give offense. Whatever you do is your business, to be sure, but it isn't safe to be alone out here. What would you suggest, then, that I find a stout protector like your friend? As if anyone would be willing to help me. This aura you emanate. They sent you to hound me, haven't they? To remind me that which Alaqua... Or that which Alaqua... That she has no... Or to remind that witch Alaqua that she has no place in this world. Alaqua? I am warning you. Leave me alone. Well, that was certainly strange. I know not what compelled her or me to speak with that woman, Alaqua. I believed she called herself, but I must confess to my being morbidly curious about her experiment. But I mustn't let myself be distracted. We have work to do. Unless I am mistaken, the taint has manifested in this area. Let us split up and search for it. There we are. Okay. Okay. You found the tape and purified it? Well done. Though I cannot help but wonder, is it truly a coincidence that the taint chanced to have manifest where we met Alakwa? Ugh, being frozen to the bone isn't conductive to a conversation. Let us return to Falcon's Nest and warm ourselves before we discuss matters in earnest. Alright. Returning to Falcon's Nest. With your most recent effort, I can sense that your powers continue to grow. Suffice it to say, this is a boon to our cause. The mission proceeds smoothly thus far. If we continue following the water vein, it should lead us to the source of the taint. As for the stranger, Alakwa, never have I felt so unsettled in someone's presence. The thought that she might be connected to the taint also bothers me, but until we know for certain, it avails us not to dwell upon it. For now, I shall resume my investigation of the water veins and try to deduce other locations where the taint might appear. Leave the investigative aspect of the mission to me, and pray continue honing your powers of purification. After all, no one else can purge the taint but you. Alright, and we're going to learn a size. Deals unexpected damage with a potency of 400 to all nearby enemies. Additional effect restores HP of yourself and nearby party members. And additional effect restores MP. Okay, terrible news, Kiara. The manifestation of the taint you purged here has reappeared. The fiends nearby were driven into a frenzy all over again, and they reportedly attacked a knight on patrol. Though the man managed to flee to the victory, his wounds are grievous. And to compound matters, the Camp Chirurgeons are afield and cannot re- readily return. Your only chance, Kira. You must go to the convictory and save him. Chocobo time! I feel like a size is going to require us to have lilies. He's in a bad way. Please, hurry and tend to his wounds. Wait, oh, this is on that one. Okay. He's fading. Area of gratitude. Thanks to you, the danger is past. However, he will still require constant care for a time. I shall remain on hand to help provide it. Meanwhile, you must go and purify the taint that has reappeared in the west of Banepole. Only you have the power to do so, Kiara. Please, hurry before it can cause any more harm. Alright, and trugging along. I passed it by while I was looking at something. There we go. Unholy Knights. I'm pleased to say that the knight will make a full recovery. Had you not come to his aid, his comrades believe he would have died. I see that you have already purified the taint. Good work, Kiara. I must say, though, that its reappearance baffles me. It should have taken far longer for befouled ether to accumulate. I am disinclined to believe that this came about by itself. Nay, I sense that someone had a hand in this. I spoke with the knight after he had sufficiently recovered. Shortly before he was attacked, he caught sight of a foreign woman who reeks of death. Alakwa. Of the foreign woman who reeks of death. Wherever she appears, so too does the taint. It wasn't certain before, but now I'm convinced that it is no mere coincidence. Could it be that she is creating the taint? If so, to what end? Why would she do such a thing? I know not of her designs, but her actions cannot be borne. Should the taint continue to manifest, both Corthus and the Twelveswood would suffer unimaginable damage. Still Glade Fane must know of this matter, of this threat. I shall send word to them. Though I shan't raise my hopes that the Seed Seers will bestir themselves, best to assume that we are on our own. Now then, our priority now is to track down Alakwa. The knight said that she was headed to the Dravanian forelands. Let us take our search to the main settlement there. Tailfeather, I believe it's called. Alright, we're already an hour in. And traveling along in this... we've gained a lily. So that's what they look like. The White Mage's job gauge, people. I have spoken with a handful of the locals. A strange woman has been witnessed coming and going, and with some regularity. I am reasonably confident that it is Aquala, or Alakwa, but I shall try to gather more information for good measure. Something occurs to me, Kiara. If Alakwa is indeed responsible for creating the taint, she'll not take kindly to our purifying it. It may well come to a confrontation. Pray, use this time to further hone your powers, for we shall have need of them ere long. And a new power has been obtained. Alright, we have Asylum and Assize here. That is huge. And our next one is going to get us Thin Air. Next action is executed without an MP cost. That's actually huge. Good tidings, Kiara. I have acquired definitive information on Alakwa. As before, the stench of death gave her away. A hunter she chanced to walk near couldn't help but notice the smell. And when she realized that she was being observed, she quickly turned her steps west, towards the dragon territory. The hunter shouted a warning, but she continued heedless. In light of her inclinations, I dare say she has business there. There's an area called Avalona Fallen to the west. Let us head in that direction and try to pick up on Alakwa's trail. The claw. I'm also going to turn in a quest over here that I actually had finished without realizing. I'm going to try and get to 5 million before I can work on trying to get a home. If I do manage to get a home in Final Fantasy XIV, it is going to be a constant game I play. Hello. Hi, Marco. Hey, baby. What's wrong? No signs of Alakwa. The area beyond is fraught with danger. Not even hunters dare venture in. I would sooner not wander these parts without some guarantee that Alakwa is near, but we cannot afford to delay lest she elude us completely. Let us split up and search. If you would focus on the area to the north, I shall follow the high road west. Oh, and do keep an eye out for the taint. If Alakwa is here, it is like to have manifested. Unicorn again. Hi. Hi, Marco. I have to pause for a moment and give my dog attention, because he needs it, don't you? Oh, hello. Oh, jump up. Hi. What's the matter? Do you want to talk to me? Do you want to talk to me, Marco? Do you want to tell me? What do you want to tell me, Marco? Really? What's the matter? You can tell me. Tell me all about it. Really? Is that so? Well, apparently I have to take a quick break and be right back because my dog is demanding to be let out. Isn't that right, Marco? So I will be right back. Oh, I don't even have a be right back screen. Yikes. All of that was erased. That's problematic. Here we go. I'm coming. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. Alright, Earth and Wind Spirits, huh? Alright. Alakwa is not here. Rejoin her on the westbound high road. Yep. She got into trouble with this. You should not have startled me. You. I see. You were the one who undid my work. Why do you interfere with my experiment? So it was you who created the taint. The taint, you say? An insult born of ignorance. What you so callously destroyed is a wellspring of life-giving ether. What are you saying? The taint is befouled ether. It destroys life. So you choose to cling to your ignorance like all the others. But it matters not what you think. When my experiment is complete, all the fools who tormented me and mine shall get their comeuppance. No, we won't let you continue your twisted experiment. Kira, stop her! I believe you have more pressing concerns. Drawn to the ether, I shouldn't doubt. Or the taint, as you insist on calling it. But such details are immaterial. By whatever name it's known, I shall fill the world with it and have my revenge. Do not interfere. Consider this your final warning. Alright, and purify the tainted ether. You find a peculiar hunk of flesh on the ground. Alright, and then help her. Thank you, Kiara. Again you have saved me, and again I am reminded of my own weakness. Huh? What do you have there? Ugh. 'Tis well I skipped my last meal. I'd wager this is part of Alakwa's experiment. The seed seers may be able to glean something from it, and yet I find myself loath to seek them out. They haven't lifted so much as a finger to help us. What can we expect of them now? We should consult them anyway. You have the right of it, Kiara. There's more at stake than a difference in opinion. If we are to save the Twelveswood, we must needs return to the Seed Seers for aid. It is settled then. We return to the Salt Twelvewood. Alright, and we have thin air. Please, hold on to that hunk of flesh. It is safer in your keeping. And now then, let us return to Camp Tranquil and explain the situation to the Seed Seers. You know what? We're going to take the shorter cut and use return. Alright, so it is in the southern that we need to go. Okay. Through here. Ah, you are returned. How fares the effort to purge the taint? You wish to show us something? What does it tell us, brother? The elementals are in trepidation of the flesh. It is infused with befouled ether. Of this there can be no doubt. And with the great one's warnings growing ever more fervent, it seems plain that this Alakwa continues to sow the taint. Whatever it is she seeks to do, we must put a stop to it. Arun and I shall take a closer look at the flesh. In the meantime, you must resume your journey of purification. What? With all due respect... Oh, to hell's with the respect. I can't believe what I'm hearing. You would send us back into the midst of danger and with nary a word of consult? Or counsel? I know full well that we ask much of you, but there is none other upon whom we can depend. Depend, you say? Instead of depending on others, why don't you do something for a change? We all know that you both have the power to do so. Do you realize how much Kiara has been through in your names? Oh, but of course you don't, because while she bled for you, you were hiding here with your heads in the treetops. If Master Ottoa were to see this, he would be turning in his grave. Heads in the treetops? What's the matter with her? To think that our own people see us in such light. It cannot be helped, brother. We are bound to remain in the forest. Things are not as they were during Master Atoa's time. Be that as it may, were the people to lose faith in us, for whom shall we convey the will of the elementals? Forgive me, Kiara, but I would be alone. Rest assured, I will take a closer look at the tainted flesh. Arun has the right of it. It is our duty to facilitate harmony between man and elemental. All the laws of the forest count for naught if we fail in this. At any rate, we must needs stop Alakwa's dark designs. Sorry. And fear not, Kiara. Henceforth we will not leave you to bear the burden alone. Pray, allow us time to consult or to consider our next step. And that time was merely a couple of levels that we already have and some advancement in the storyline. Alright, so our next one is going to be the level 61 and Orison Attire Coffer and a bigger heal. Single target, but doesn't tell us the MP cost though. Kiara, we have conceived a plan to deal with the taint. We would share the particulars with everyone. Might I trouble you to fetch the granddaughter? She will have returned to Felgard Float, or Fulgord Float, I believe. Pray, return here after you have notified her. Aru and I shall be waiting. Alright. I mean, there is the downside of traveling far distances while doing all this, but it's easier when you can fly. Which leads me to a worry when we get to the next set of them. And she's right there again. Oh, it's you, Kiara. I must apologize for my earlier display. The Seatseers wish... The Seatseers wish to see me despite my the disrespect I showed them? Though their ways baffle me, it cannot be denied that they care for the forest. Perhaps they deserve more credit than I give them. I will go, of course. Let us strike out at once. Okay. And then to South Shroud we go. There is so much story packed into this. It is insane. I love it. Okay. I feel like I timed this rather well. Let me check my armory chest real quick. Yeah, we have enough space for both sets if there's another one as well. Our thanks for coming. Without further ado, let us begin. After our last meeting, I went to the Guardian Tree and presented the tainted flesh to the Great One. His reaction was telling. The befouled ether it bears is identical to the taint which now threatens the Twelveswood. Unless we stop Alakwa, the forest will be reduced to a wasteland of death. Kiara gave me to understand that you have conceived a plan to deal with the taint. What is this plan? Simply put, Ruin and I shall accompany you to the Dravian Forelands. As you are doubtless aware, we Pajals are chosen by the elementals to convey their will. Should that will go unheard or misinterpreted, the harmony would be lost, and tragedy inevitably befall. In order to prevent this, we strive to hone our sensitivity to the elementals, far beyond the limits of ordinary men, and this sensitivity allows us to perceive even the slightest fluctuations in the ether. With our faculties for sensing ether, Ruin and I shall ascertain the site of Alakwa's experiment, and once we find it, we shall join our powers to Kiara's and purge the taint once and for all. You would leave the forest? But what of the will of the elementals? Rest assured, we have obtained the Elder Seedseer's permission. Our sister shall see to it that the elementals do not go unheard during our absence. But above all, your words struck home. We will not leave the two of you to bear the burden alone. We shall do all we can to aid you as Pajals and White Mages both. You truly mean to leave the forest and help us? In the heat of the moment, I forgot myself and spoke out of turn. I pray you can forgive me. There is naught to forgive. On the contrary, we are grateful for you. We are grateful to you for opening our eyes. Now, I trust we can rely upon you to guide the way. Listen, Kiara. This will be our first time outside the forest, and we will most certainly make fools of ourselves. I would thank you not to enjoy yourself overmuch. I shall escort the Seedseers to Tailfeather. Pray, meet us there. I'm going to take the shortest cut. Not to try and speedrun it or anything, but if I want to also throw in the next portion of this, then I need to be quick. This one's closer. Okay. And this way. All right. Now we fly. All right, here we go. I never actually saved the things to my things, so when I cleared out my cloud storage, it deleted the starting it or the BRB and chatting scenes. So here we are at Tailfeather. Why, the journey here wasn't nearly as daunting as I expected. I dare say we could have made it without her. Bold words coming from someone who fairly hugged our guide during the entire journey. Hem, seeing as we're here, we ought to get to work. Do you sense anything, brother? I do. An anomaly in the ether. That wrenches the stomach. It emanates from the north and west. A cavern lies in that direction. Morn, it's called. Or Morn, 'tis called. And if memory serves, so too does a water vein. It seems to me that is where we must go. I must warn you all, though. That area is thick with dragons. We must proceed with caution. The dragons, you say? Well, I, for one, would welcome the excitement. The journey thus far has been rather dull for my taste. Dull suits us just fine, sister. Remember, our priority is to purge the taint. As if I would forget, the fate of the Twelveswood is at stake. We must make haste to mourn and confront Alakwa. Okay. So, where we need to go is the cavernous area in that mountain, which we might be able to reach. It's not only from there, is it? Ah. No? I mean, Morn is that magma area, isn't it? It's the magma portion of it, anyway. There we go. That looks important. Yep, okay. Here we go. So, you are still alive. Most intriguing. Horns such as I have yet or horn such as I have, yet you are not a Ru or a Ra. Well, whatever you are. You are no different from the others. You have come to interfere with my experiment, but know this. It is your ignorance that has led us down this path. We Zala are nomads who roam and live off the land. My tribe was no different. Yet, though we did not harm those whose lands we traversed, they treated us as vermin. In their ignorance, they feared us, and that fear manifests as spite and violence. My loved ones and I were cursed at, spat upon, beaten, and worse. It was out of the desire to protect them that I began my research. Such pain we have suffered, I swore that I would visit upon the ignorant masses 100-fold. And soon I shall fulfill my goal, for my experiment has finally borne fruit. To be sure, there is still work to be done. Such robust flesh cannot be sustained by ordinary ether. Nay, it must needs be fed something far more potent, the taint. My pet can go only where the taint exists. So I shall fill the whole world with it. Sister, I sense naught but befouled ether from that dragon. It is without a doubt the source of the taint. We must needs purify it whole. You would get in the way of my vengeance. Then you shall be the first to feel my wrath. Alright, we have ourselves a very interesting fight here. And while I'm not reading off what they say and being somewhat boring about my actions here, but the befouled ether refuses to disperse. That which is dead can never die. Oh. Okay. Alright, so the healing wasn't enough. Let's... Alright, and we have to heal it again. Okay, so Medica does not heal them. That is a problem. Alright, and now the duty's complete. My dreams, all gone to dust. I am powerless. Powerless to protect my people. Powerless to change anything. We are cowards, all of us. That which we do not understand instills fear within us, and so we lash out. In return, you sought to strike back at those who hurt you. You have done terrible things and must be held to account for your crimes. But I know that is not or but know that it is not too late to make amends. You still have a chance to atone. Your knowledge may yet be used for good. You need but find a new purpose, and I should be glad to help you look for it. With Alakwa apprehended, it seems safe to say that that danger to the Twelvewood is past. And we owe it all to the two of you. This experience has taught me much and more, not least of all how powerless I was in the face of external threat. If I am to protect the forest, I must needs spend less time with my head in the treetops and more with my feet on the ground. To that end, I shall strive to be a Pajal as Master Atoa was, standing ready to journey to the ends of the world if need be. Were it not for your shining example, I never would have found the courage to come to this decision. I cannot thank you enough. Master Avru, when the time comes for you to embark upon your journey, pray allow me to accompany you. It isn't safe to travel alone. You know this to be true. Besides, you need someone to keep a record of all your deeds, that they might be passed on to the future generations. For all my bold words, I am but a green sapling. Nevertheless, I would serve you faithfully as my grandfather once served Atoa. I should be heartened to have your company. I shall endeavor to be a Pajal worthy of your respect. Thank you, Master Arun. I swear you will not be disappointed in me. Arun and I shall escort Alakwa to the place and place her in the Wood Whaler's care. Pray, come and see us afterwards at Camp Tranquil. We would thank you properly. To Camp Tranquil! To wrap this block of quests rather well. Alright. Okay. After this, I'll try and get my dog back in the house and all that. I'll whip up a quick temporary BRB screen as well. During the entire way back, Alakwa did not so much as favor us with a glance, but neither did she attempt to flee. I believe there is hope for her yet. Until such a time as she finds a new purpose, I shall visit her cell as often as my duties allow. With the source of the taint banished, the Great One's warnings have ceased. We may rest easy for a time. Disaster has been averted thanks to you and her. We are eternally in your debt. You are kind for saying so, my lady, but I have done scarcely anything. All your gratitude should be reserved for Kiara. Allow me to thank you as well, Kiara. Had you not sought me out that day, I may never have found my true calling. Beginning today, I shall accompany Master Avrun as he works to maintain peace and harmony within the Twelveswood. I know not where our journey will take us, but when we meet next, or when next we meet, I shall stand before you a stronger woman. We had best be on our way. Fare you well on your own journeys, Kiara. I look forward to seeing you again within the Tolswood and without. Well, they pretty much exhausted everything I had intended to say. So I shall say this, or say but this. I mean to do my part as well. Together with my siblings, I shall work to preserve the harmony of the forest, protecting it from threats both within and without. As for you, Kiara, the White, with your newfound powers, pray, continue employing our art for the betterment of the realm. May the light of may the light of succor and solace shine wheresoever you may go. All right. That is that. I'm going to try and whip up a quick BRB screen. A ridiculously simple one. Okay, and then that with that. Okay. And text. Size. Okay. File. Save as. PNG. Okay. Now, bear with me as this is going to be a black screen for just a moment. This is just a temporary one. I will work on a better one later, but for now, here. Bear with me, I'm grabbing a bit of lunch. Okay, I'm back. And oh, That was computer game. Okay. And we already have that unlocked, so let's go ahead and jump into this. Alright, on ease in East End. I have some more of my lunch. I thought you might come, Kiara of the White. You sensed it, yes? The agitation of the elementals? And suggest you present yourself to Brother Isumai Yan in Stillglade Fane. He will no doubt welcome your assistance in identifying the origin of this disturbance. It's literally just at the tree again, okay. I almost dropped my lunch. Wait. Oh, it's in Gridania. I misunderstood everything about that. Alright, so it's in Old Gridania. And it's over there, by the Conjurers Guild. Okay. Okay. Stillglade Fane is the Conjurer's Guild. Okay. Kiara, how fortuitous. Ah, Sister Rhea Osina that directed you to the guild. Glad I am that she did. As I am sure you have felt yourself, the elementals are in an uproar. And whilst I would soon depart on my investigation, the forest this quiet appears to stem from lands that cannot be approached in blind haste. I speak of East End, the very edge of the Twelveswood. Long has this border betwixt Gir Arbania and our nation been held by the forces of the Garlean Empire. The Alliance did directly take control of Balasar's Wall, and thus commands the fortifications in East End, but the stability of the region is yet tenuous at best. To be a far more certain venture were I to have you at my side. Are you willing to make the journey? Then we need delay no longer. Let us make our preparations and begin our trek from Camp 9 Ivies. Before that, there is one thing I did not yet do. No, inventory. This is the level 60 White Mage gear. Which, not as efficient as this. So what we're going to do going to travel here, and we're going to store those in the armory chest. I have enough glamour prisms to do so. Alright, now, edit glamour plates. Second one, third one, One moment. Okay. Oh. All right, and now there we go. Sorry about that. I was messing with the glamour plates. There we go. Honestly, this weapon with this lineup, it works well too, so... Now then. Camp is in the East Shroud, which we can get to from the Central Shroud. I theoretically from Gridania, but that's by ship, which takes money. Alright, East Shroud is right here. Alright, 9 IVs. And Castium. Belisar's Wall. Thank you again for coming, Kiara. I arrived some moments earlier and bent my ear to the forest's whispering. Although here it might be better to describe it as keening, there is no doubt that we are near to the source. And I am also certain that we are not alone. Come out. You cannot hide your presence from me. Oh, Sylphie. I should have known you would sense me. Your early failure to attend lessons gave me ample practice at finding those who do not want to wish to be found. Now, am I to assume that you too have been brought here by the plight of the elementals? Yes, Guildmaster. I'm sorry for leaving without permission, but I just had to know what was causing all this commotion. You will return to Stillglade Fane and leave this investigation to Kiara and me. Such is the danger inherent in the task that even I felt compelled to request assistance. Please, Guildmaster, let me help. Never have I heard the voice of the elementals so clearly before. They want to tell me something. I just know it. And it is that very something that I, as Guildmaster, am charged to discover. You, as an acolyte, are neglecting your duties back at the guild. But how can I ignore their pleas? I felt their unease like chains tightening around my chest. Isn't it my duty as a conjurer to protect the forest? Their unease? You truly sense this emotion from the river of their susurrations? And you truly wish to return the forest to tranquility? I swear by the matron herself. I only wish to put into practice the lessons you have taught me. A noble purpose, but if I were to permit this, you must promise to weigh the consequences of your actions before you commit to them. I would not see a repeat of previous incidents. Then I can come? I promise I'll be careful, and I'll be sure to ask for Kiara's help the moment I need it. See that you do. Now, it is past time we braved the borderlands of Gir Abanya. We can travel as far as Emissar Spire, then a serpent officer will guide us to the ruins of the Castium from there. Okay, here we are. Once again, going to the Forelands. I can't fly here. I will work on that. The closer we are to East End, the more certain I am we are moving in the right direction. The precise location of this disturbance yet eludes me, however. Even from the elementals themselves, I sense only confusion. I fear there is naught for it but to conduct a more conventional search. I will head southeast, Sylphie, see what might be found directly south. Southwest is yours, Kiara. Ah! What are you doing? Come here this instant. Kiara, what befalls? I felt a surge of panic coming from this direction. Whatever it was, I feel nothing now. Did you see anything? A child? Out here? By your description, the mother may be a hunter, but I am curious as to her choice of hunting ground. Could it be their fear was which has the elemental so upset? In any case, it seems the answer to that has run off into the brush. Let us return to the Castrium for the present and learn more of East End's inhabitants. This gentleman is an officer stationed at the Castium. Mayhap people know more of the mother and child you spotted. And you believe these folks were living in the forest? I was under the impression that East End settlement was empty. We suspect a connection to whatever is disturbing the harmony of the Twelveswood. Might you spare us a few soldiers to investigate the possibility? Ordinarily, I would be overjoyed to aid in your investigation, but I fear our duties on the border demand our full attention. My most sincere apologies, Master Pajal. How inconvenient. This matter is far from resolved, yet I have already been over long in returning to Stillglade Fane. Let me handle it, Guildmaster. You would have me entrust this task to an acolyte? You have matured much in the art, it is true, but I can hardly... The elementals are suffering. Someone has to help them. And I'm sure Kiara could lend me a hand if I need it. What say you, Kiara? I had only intended to involve you as far as the initial foray. But might I ask that you see this matter through to its conclusion? Yeah, sure. As we're nodding it. My thanks. I foresee hardships ahead, but also an opportunity for new discoveries. Pray, look in on Sophie's progress even as you continue your own studies. As for you, Sylvie, I expect you to make regular reports on your findings. May the matron watch over you both. Alright. Yes, level 63, yada yada. Oh, hello, Kiara. It is nice of you to worry, but I've been perfectly safe. I asked the soldiers at the wall if I could accompany them on their patrols instead of wandering about on my own. More than a few times I thought I sensed something, the briefest of flickers, but the scouts had their mission, and I couldn't risk getting separated from them to confirm my suspicions. I need to check one area in particular, some distance away from the patrol route. Do you think you could come with me? Here, I'll mark the spot on your map, and we can meet there when you're ready. Alright, random flame scout and a big monster. Maybe they're making a pet. I don't know. This is the place. Do you feel that? The source must be nearby. Ah. And you're sure it's the same child? I don't know what's going on here. But her aura was blinding. Come on. We have to follow her. Honestly, I'm tempted to, as I set this as dragon and some of them put it as unicorn for this one on this setup. It would just be too perfect. Stay away from me. Mama, where are you? You poor thing. You must have been terrified. But don't worry. We'll get you back to your mother. I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. Mama says they'll take me away and lock me in a cage. Is that what she says? Well, I'm Sylphie, and this is Kiara. Now you know our names. Why don't you tell us yours? Then we won't be strangers anymore, right? My name's Gatti. You don't feel icky like the bad things. Well, I hope that means we can be friends. Come on, Gatti. Let's go find your mother. Do you know the way home? I don't have any friends. We live in the forest. Just Mama and me. Were you hurt when those creatures attacked? Here, let me see. Ah, I'll mend that in no time. Watch, a conjurer like me can heal all sorts of wounds. A conjurer? No, don't touch me! There's that surge again. And this time it's far more powerful. Gatti, we have to leave. She's gone. Did you see where she went? No, but we barely took our eyes off her. How did she manage to vanish so quickly? Good question. No idea either, huh? She winged out of sight, just like she was a Moogle. That surge of power I felt is gone as well. I don't think it's a coincidence that it faded as soon as Gatti left. Whenever she panics, I feel her aura just kind of expand. And I think the Void sensed it too. And I'd wager 3 afternoons of listening to Heronol's lectures that the presence of those fiends is what's upsetting the elementals. Right then, it's time we returned to Gridania and reported our findings to the Guildmaster. Actually, what am I doing? I can take the ether, right? I have heard Sylphie's report, and you are both to be commended for pursuing this investigation in so dangerous an area. Judging by your description of Gatti's unusually potent aura, I'm inclined to agree with the theory that her energies are what are attracting the Void Scent. If, as you suspect, the child lives alone with her mother, then it is unlikely she has been trained to control her power. Fear, panic, anger, any strong emotion might cause her ether to flare dramatically. To the ravenous creatures of the void, the scent of such outbursts would be the sweetest of nectar. So, if Gatti were to learn control, then the problem would be solved, wouldn't it? We have assumed much, but no little. Without understanding the exact nature of the girl's gifts, I hesitate to propose a solution. She said she lives in the forest. I'll head out with the serpent patrols again and see if I can find her house. A fine idea. Kiara, pray continue lending Sylphie any support she might require. Come on, let's head back to the Castium, and we can talk about what to do next. Alright. I will recreate my entire BRB and everything, and it will be situated before next stream. In the meantime, let's go about these quests, shall we? Alright, that's a wall. There we go. Alright, let's head to that tower. Oh, it is that leaf. Okay. It was a little lower than I thought it was to start. Okay. Oh, there you are. The Guildmaster is right. We need to learn more about Gatti herself. I mean, how can a little girl like her have the kind of power that attracts void scent? Well, first things first. I'll need to find where she lives. And then hopefully she and her mother will be willing to talk to us. Do you think we'll be facing more fiends before this is all over? I should probably practice my spells. Hello, Kiara. I thought you might be along soon. As for Gatti, I've spotted her more than a few times, but she flees the moment she sees me. One thing I have learned... one thing I've learned, though, is that wherever the whispers lead, then that's where Gatti is to be found. And since the forest spirits are particularly agitated today, we should have no problem tracking her down. Come with me to the place where we lost her last time. We can start our search from there. Words. Chocobo. Da 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 I like the Chocobo song. What can I say? It's terribly faint, but I sense a thread of unease leading away from here. Come on, it's this way. When you're around, I find I can hear the voices of the elementals more clearly. I suppose it's easier to be tranquil when you have a veteran white mage at your side. Let's move on, shall we? Alright, this is the Dimwood. We had seen some stuff here earlier on, so this is likely to be where we find her. Presence of void scent or some source of the void scent might be why the Dimwood is so, well, dim as well. It makes sense to me if that's the case. The Serpent Scouts don't often venture into this area. I suppose there aren't a lot of Imperial troops running around in the muck. Did you see her? I think that it might be Gaddy's mother. Come on, let's go. Nothing to be afraid of. I'm just riding around on a behemoth. Ah, and we have something here. Yay. Careful, Kira. She seems awfully angry for some reason. I know why you're here. And you'll not have her. Not or now. Unless you want to sprout feathers, it's time you leave. You're Gaddy's mother, aren't you? We're not here to take her away. We're here to help her. I'll not fall for your lies, conjurer. Get away from us. Not now. Mama? No, Gaddy. They'll see you. I'm fine. It's just one of my turns. Gaddy, you're a Pajal? Mama, no, you can't. The ether, it's overwhelming. And the Voidson have come to feed. We can't let them hurt her. Alright, duty commends. They're gonna close in, or are they gonna be ranged? They're gonna be ranged. Okay, I am not doing as good as I could be. And I failed. Alright, let's go for easy, proceed. Skip the cutscene. Lock onto Gaddy. We're not going to be able to avoid the big one. But we were able to break those ones before they could spawn anything in. Oh. Gaddy's energy seems spent. I think we're good. Okay. I summarized that because it went by too quickly. Gaddy's fine. Just exhausted from expelling so much ether. She'll wake up after she's had a chance to rest. Speaking of which, you should be resting too. Your heart's in bad shape, isn't it? I managed to calm the attack, but the condition itself is beyond my art to heal. It grows worse by the day. I am grateful for all you've done today, Conjurer, but naught has changed. My daughter stays with me. Please, just leave us. Listen to me. We did not come to whisk away your child. If we'd wanted to, we could have taken her while you lay senseless. We came to learn what was upsetting the elementals and what could be done to ease their disquiet. And it seems the answer lies in stopping the Void Scent from coming after Gaddy. Can you truly stop those monsters from hunting her? The worse my illness becomes, the more often they come sniffing about. Creatures of nightmare they are, with their greedy eyes and grasping claws. We will help you in any way we can. I'm Sophie, and this is Kiara. Please, tell us more about Gaddy and these monsters. No. You Gridanian charlatans are not to be trusted. You saved us this time, it's true. But if you don't go now, the whisper of my bow will be the last thing you ever hear. Wait, I'm begging you. We promise not to say a thing to the guild. We swear it by the matron herself, right, Kiara? The Conjurers I've met before were arrogant, condescending. You, on the other hand, seem far more sincere. I will take you at your word for now. My name is Sanche. It was 12 years ago that I fled Gridania with my infant child. She was born a Pajal, and you know what that means. She was chosen by fate, destined to convey the elemental's will to the people of Gridania. Or, that was her. Aye, the conjurers would have snatched her from me, or would have snatched her from my arms, and taught her to be a servant of the forest spirits. By Gridanian law, they were well within their rights to do so. But my husband was dead, and Gaddy was all I had left. I could not bear to let her go, and so I fled. I can hardly imagine how that must have been, living out here in the wilds, raising a child by yourself. But while I can understand the choice you made, Gaddy's lack of control over her Pajali powers is putting you both in danger. Ether bleeds from her in a torrent whenever she is upset or afraid, drawing in the void scent again and again. I hate to say this, but there may come a day when you won't be able to stop them. Is there naught that can be done? We just want to live in peace. Here's an idea. I'll stay with you and teach Gaddy how to control her ether. That way I can continue your treatment and solve this problem with the void scent at the same time. All without telling the Conjurers Guild, of course. Hello again, Gaddy. I used my conjury to help your mother feel better. Would you like to learn some magic too? Really? You know magic that can help Mama? Please, teach me. Thank you. This means so much to us. We can talk more inside the house. I'll walk with them inside, then return to the Castium. I'll see you back there, Kiara. Alright. So that's another Pajal, and we also learned more about the Pajal themselves. It seems they're not technically a race unto themselves, but a subset of humans that have been strongly blessed by ether from the spirits, the elementals. That is very interesting. Okay, this way, and there's the Castium. I'm sorry, I sort of took matters into my own hands there. I know it's a lot to ask, but can you please keep the secret from the Guildmaster for the time being? I promise. Thank you, Kiara. We don't want the Guild to take Gaddy away from her mother. We've seen what happens when she gets upset. And besides, Sunshade may not be long for this world. Gaddy should spend as much time with her as possible. I remember what it was like to lose a loved one. But please, don't think emotion swayed my better judgment. I've thought this through, and I understand it won't be easy. That's why I need your help. Alright, this is the level 68 quest. Oh, Kira, am I glad to see you. I'm at my wit's end. Every day I've worked contrary on Sunshade, and she's drinking a potent herbal elixir I had delivered from Gudania, but still her condition worsens. And watching her mother's health decline is not helping Gaddy to master her magics. Voidson have been drawn by her untamed ether a few times now, and I've just barely managed to fight them off. I've reached my limits, to be quite honest, and I think Gaddy would benefit from your calming presence. Will you come with me back to her cabin? The claw! We got those going on here. And this way to the Dimwood. I unfortunately have a glare on my screen because I have my dog outside, so I have my door a bit open to keep an eye on him. He was playing with the neighbors' dogs, who sometimes come over to visit. So I couldn't exactly force him to come back in at the time. Brother Isumayan has found us out, Kiara. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Did I not make myself sufficiently clear, Sophia? My permission was contingent upon your promise to refrain from rash and thoughtless action. Yes, Guildmaster, and I've done my best to fulfill that promise. I swear I gave this matter a great deal of thought before deciding it was the best way for everyone. I will not doubt your sincerity, Acolyte, but imagine my surprise when I was informed your request for an advanced elixir. No mention of such was included in your reports, and thus did I come to investigate. And now I find you concealing the presence of a Pajal. Even from a distance, the nature of Gaddy's aura was unmistakable. A Pajal child without guidance is an exceedingly dangerous thing. Sophie, you know this. Her ether, wild and radiant, will grow even as she does, and so too shall the power of the fiends which gather to feed upon it. Should Gaddy draw the attention of a greater void scent, the entire region would suffer from its depredations. I've seen what happens. The worst episodes are when she's overcome by fear for her mother's health, which is why I judged it safer to keep them together. Ah, Sylvie. I had almost forgotten that stubborn streak of yours, but I do recognize that reasonably for this situation falls not upon your shoulders alone. Or responsibility. 'Twas my failing as guildmaster to have overlooked the birth of a Pajal in the first place. Will you take Gaddy back to Stillglade Fane now? Such was my intention. I followed the whisper through the forest, yet by the time I arrived here the house already lay empty. They may have marked my approach. You mean they're not here? Sensei shouldn't be walking around with her condition. Her heart is too weak for that kind of exertion. Then we must waste no time in tracking them down. And not only for Sensei's well-being. Gaddy's concern for her mother could consume her at any moment. Do you know where they might have gone? If they meant to avoid us, then heading north to cross the shallows of the Velodine River would be their only choice. We should hurry. All right. I see where we're supposed to go. Okay. Also, Kira, you're here. There were strange whispers coming from everywhere around the house. I got scared, so we ran away. You must be Gatti. Those whispers you heard were the voices of the elementals. You need not fear them, though it was wise to heed their warnings. You, your brother is Somayan. What do you want with us? It is clear you are well aware of my purpose here, and I understand that you are disinclined to trust the words of a conjurer. But pray believe me when I say that neither Sylphie nor Kiara betrayed their promise to you. Simply put, Gaddy's ether has grown too strong to be concealed. I suggest we return to the house and discuss how best to resolve this quandary, a solution to which we all might agree. It's all right, Mama. The angry whispers are quiet now. We can go home. If Gaddy says it's all right, then I suppose we should go. No, this. I'm writing a void synth there. The irony. The irony! There are a lot of quests for the ether currents here, especially. There we go. And this way, I will be getting on top of those here soon. Before the next stream, I'm going to try and get all of those done. I also need to level up some other jobs, but first is going to be dealing with all of the healer jobs. This is going to be the way of it until I get there. And it gives me a chance to even out the levels of some of the other jobs I haven't been using as much. That's my thought process here. Because once I do, well, I'll be able to keep them stable and not have to worry too much about my armory chest for a bit. From what Gatti and her mother have told me, the girl has received no formal guidance on how to contain her ether. Gatti's Pajali instincts allow her to suppress her aura when calm, but that will become increasingly difficult as her power grows with age. Eventually, even the briefest onslaught of emotion, a surge of anger or a whisper of fear, will be enough to shatter her control. And that's why I thought it best to teach Gatti here at home. Unlike other Pajal, she's lived her whole life with her mother. Taking her away from Sanche now would be disastrous. I know only too well the effects of such a separation can have on a child. You agree with me, don't you, Kiara? Or do you think we should follow the letter of Gridania's law? There are always exceptions to the rule. You side with Sylphie in this matter. Truth be told, I find myself in agreement. Gatti's upbringing is an extremely rare case among the Pajal. It seems that it may indeed be the lesser risk to allow the girl to remain with her mother. Then does this mean... However, if we're to avoid an escalation of these attacks, I must insist that Gatti learn the intricacies of her power under the official supervision of the Conjurers Guild. Acolyte Sylphie, I hereby assign you the duty of overseeing the Pajal Gatti's formal education at this abode. Your status as a member of the guild should satisfy the demands of law and custom, and be sure to thank Kiara for her assistance. I would not have permitted this breach of tradition were you not accompanied by a white mage of such high standing. I won't let you down, Guildmaster, or the Conjurers Guild. Pray understand that this ruling comes with the caveat. If Gatti does not show marked improvement within the time period I dictate, then I shall be forced to relocate her to Stillglade Fane. Thank you, Brother Isumai. This means so much to us. Gatti, I see you are a kind child who cares deeply for her mother. Yet you must not lose yourself in another's life. Look within and master the magics which infuse you. Show you are capable of controlling your own destiny, and make your mother proud. I will! I'll do anything to make Mama happy, and I don't want to disappoint Sophie or Kiara either. Sophie, the word's name's weird. Very well. I shall return to Gridania immediately and prepare an education manual for Sylphie. I'll see the Guildmaster on his way. If you need me, I'll be waiting outside. Okay, that actually went less catastrophic than I thought it would. I'm so glad that Sunshay and Gatti can still live together. Thank you, Kiara. Things might have gone very differently if I hadn't had you around to help. Still, we have to make sure that Gatti learns to control her ether before too long. We can only expect so much leniency from Brother Isumai. I say we keep working away at our own studies as much as we can and give Gatti a good example to follow. Okay, 7th Heaven Attire and the Plenary Indulgence. Okay, that is a damage reduction. Additional healing upon receiving HP recovery via Medica 2, or Cure 3 are AoE heals. Come to look in on us, have you, Kiara? Brother Isumai will also soon be here to gauge Gatti's progress. Her studies have actually been going rather well. It's Sanchez I'm worried about. Please don't say anything to Gatti yet, but I fear her mother may near her time, or maybe near her time. I've suspended lessons for the moment and had the two of them spend every waking moment together. Treating Sanchez has left me too exhausted to teach in any case. As for her medicine, another batch should have arrived at the Castium by now. I need to draw the spring water I used to dilute the dose. So, would you mind picking up the delivery from the sutler for me? What's a sutler? Anyway, we'll meet you back here. All right. The Dimwold. I like the concept of the Dimwold. Even if we don't have any lore on it at the moment, it is interesting. And that's what matters. So, let's go ahead and get back to the Cassium. It almost feels wrong to keep calling it that, though. The glare on my screen makes it a little hard to see some spots here with the in-game timing being night. You've come on young Sylphie's behalf, have you? I've got her delivery right here. Rushed it through on the back of our swiftest chocobo. It seems her patience in a bad way, eh? Well, I'll say my own prayers to the matron and hope the medicine does the trick. All right, back to the house. For what is probably going to be a tragedy, followed by an intense fight. This is not me reading ahead or having any knowledge on the game storylines whatsoever. This is an instance of pattern recognition. Stories tend to follow a flow. A flow that is rather recognizable at certain key points. When the Sultana was poisoned and we were framed, and a lot of other things. It's hard to keep track of them all. Sunshake, Gaddy, please, no more hiding now. Oh, where could they have gone? Sylphie seems to be in a panic. Try to soothe her. Emote. Kiara, thank you. If ever I needed your calming presence, it's now. I came back with the spring water to find Gaddy's hat on the floor, and the two of them vanished. Sunshine could barely move. Where in Heidelin could they have gone? They can't have gone far. You're right. Gaddy's been doing wonderfully with her training, so there's no reason for them to run away. I think I might have it. I heard Sunshade talking about a cave called the Comet's Tail, and how she wanted to visit it again before it was too late. I said we'd head straight there when she was well enough, but she may have convinced Gaddy to help her sneak out. Brother Isuma is likely on his way. I'll go and intercept him while you head to the cave. If you find them there, make sure Sensei takes her medicine. Chocobo! Chocobo! If you could have any fantasy or Final Fantasy creature as a companion, but you had to take care of it constantly, and it had its natural temperament, what would it be? Actually, let's extend this to any Square Enix creature. Aether-starved soul flayers. Mama, please, don't leave me alone. Why isn't the medicine working? Open your eyes. I can't. I'm losing control. No, I must own my fear. Feel the ground beneath my feet, the flow of wind and water. Nicely done, Gotti. You have made remarkable progress since last we met. Kiara, Sylphie, you've instructed her well. Don't worry, we'll look after your mama. It's so beautiful. Thank you for bringing me here one last time. Don't say that. I'll learn country, and once you're better, we can come here every day. Kiara, it's thanks to you and Sylphie's efforts that Sunshay has held on this long. And yet, there are limits to the healing arts. Each life comes to an end, and even a conjurer cannot undo that which fate has ordained. Take heart, however, in knowing that your care and attention is what has allowed these irreplaceable moments between mother and daughter. My precious girl, you have filled my days with love. But I was selfish, and that selfishness has brought you pain. For that, I am truly sorry. My love, my light, I pray you find such happiness as I have known. Thank you, all of you. Watch over her. This can't be happening. I promised. Oh no. So very close. Heed my words then. How long has this fiend lurked within Sanchez, awaiting this very moment? Terrible child, dragging around your sick mother. You have killed her. Accept the evil you have done and atone with your very life. But I didn't. I killed her? Ignore it, Gatti. I did bring Mama here. It was me. I killed her. Hey, this is bad. The Void Scent has sunk its hooks into Gatti's spirit. We must destroy it ere her life force is drained away. Sophie got hit by that. Oh boy. What? How? What happened? Alright, we're lowering it to easy and skipping the cutscene. Alright, let's get this done with. Okay. And now we can defeat it. When she died, it was as if I'd fallen into a deep, dark hole. My mind was screaming, and then I heard your voices from somewhere far away calling me back. I heard her voice, too. That's when I knew that she would always be at my side. I'll do my best to make her proud of me. With the strength you've shown, there is already much of which to be proud. Your ether is tranquil, calm. I see no need to enforce further training at the guild, though its doors are open to you, nonetheless. Will you return to us? Will you return with us to Gridania? I always thought she wanted to live alone with me, away from other people. So I tried to forget about wanting friends or traveling to other places. But now I think what she really wanted was to let me find my own way. And thanks to Sylphie's lessons, there's no need to hide in the forest anymore. I will go to Gridania. I want to study more conjury and learn to fight fiends as well as Kiara. And I still have so much to learn from Sylphie. We'll keep studying together, I promise. Although we both have far to go before we're a match for Kiara. Well, Sylphie, making progress or promises to study. It would seem that mentoring Gatti has proven beneficial to you both. Remember, in the White Mage quest line, we had to find her because she didn't want to study. She was skipping classes. Oh boy. Character development. 'Tis time we were on our way. We shall hold a memorial for Sanche, and or then see about settling you into your new life at Stillglade Fane. All right. We have completed the White Mage quests up to the Stormblood. Shadowbringers is next. Alright, Seeing White 3 obtained as an achievement. We're going to use this. And I have a feeling it's going to be, yep, it is better. Oh, and it has a weapon. Okay. Holy, what the... This is our new attire. With a new weapon to boot. With butterflies fluttering around it. Well, it's actually not a bad attire for a white mage. And it's where we're going to be ending it. Now, since the ending screen is this one, I don't have to worry too much about it. I'll be fixing things up after this, but I hope you enjoyed today's stream. And make sure to drop a follow here on Twitch if you liked it. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to drop a like, comment, and subscribe down below. No matter the site, no matter the time, hit that bell for notifications and check out my Discord for a go live notification and to vote on things like what game I play next, what kind of character I make, add a bit of chaos to my streams. It always makes things more fun. If you did enjoy my content and you're watching on YouTube, make sure to check out my channel here in the middle. If there's too much there and you don't know where to start, here on the right's a playlist of me playing a different game entirely. It's as good a place as any, right? And if my stuff wasn't for you, but you stuck around anyway, here on the left is a video YouTube thinks you will like. Stay safe, stay happy, stay crazy. Bye.